Hello everybody, how you all doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. We're going to do more programming today for the World of Warcraft importer. And to start everything off, I actually want to take a quick look at what I've done since you last saw the stream. I have done that. Don't know if you can really see it, but we have these little arrows pointing up. These are the doodads, or the WMOs. I got them, they're placed, and they import correctly. Although, it does actually list some that are outside the range, but are still within this doodad, or this WMO. And so we might have to do some sort of cleanup where we look at where the origin point is, and only import it if it's within the bounds. Otherwise, we're going to get like a ton of overlap. Like, this is the Abbey Gate. This is, some sort of farm, and that's Stormwind. Well, Stormwind's going to be like over a whole bunch of them, and we don't necessarily want them all importing. But to prove to you that this isn't just me blowing smoke up your butt, we'll come here. The data is already loaded because we got that saving. So we don't have to worry about that. And now I'm just going to hit place. And boom, there they all are. All in the proper locations and everything. I was not blowing smoke up your butt. And if I undo that, grab the WMO, the WDT actor that all of this is parented to, and move it off this way. And then come here and hit place. You'll see it's still in the same position. Now, the thing where this will probably fall apart, and I'm going to try this right now live with you, is when we take the WTD actor, or pretty much any actor, and try rotating it. Because I don't think I added any math for this, so these will likely not show up correctly. They did not. They are off over in there. Yep, they're still right there, where they should be if this was not rotated. So I didn't take that into consideration, but in all honesty, I don't ever plan to do anything about that. There we are. So, and all these are now parented in the wrong spot. Delete. Come back. Make it again. There they are. So as long as you don't rotate the WDT file, we should be okay for placement. I suppose at some point I might actually put in the math to calculate the proper place to import it based on the WDT actor or even the ADT actor. Because if I rotate it and then place, you'll see it's they're still in the wrong spot. So I probably have to put that math in at some point, but that's like matrix shit, and I don't want to do the matrix. All right, so for right now, let me open this up. I have actually been making some changes to this, and we can see, we've got our source file. I don't know where. Oh yeah, map tile. I just hid that, so that's not going to do anything. But we got all the textures listed. So all this data is being saved in the ADT asset itself, not the map tile, subheading or anything. And then map chunks, I literally added just moments before the stream started. All it records right now is the X and Y location for the chunk. So that's it. Still got to transfer all the data from there. Still got to figure out how to get all the assets to work like that. But for right now, this is good enough. We're going to move on and work on the next thing we need to do. So what I'm actually going to come here is label this one Wrath of the Lich King. Because this is the Wrath of the Lich King version of the model. It's not going to have some of the assets, or some of the, it's not going to have some of the data we need for what we're going to work on today, which is the MC Liquid chunk. If you don't know what the MC Liquid chunk, here, let me bring up the info. And this is going to take a while to save. But the MC liquid chunk, which is actually really old, is a sub chunk for each of the map chunks. And what it basically is that it handled all the water for Burning Crusade and Vanilla. So, in every single map chunk, it would say, oh, yeah, this is where the water is. This is how it's flowing. This is, all the fillers. This is the height and all sorts of stuff. You can see here that they've got, you have a water vert or a foam vert or a magma vert. Hey, vert. And then there's, like, the actual data. But this is one of the things I wanted to work on today, was to get the liquids working. Now, once we get this working, and keep in mind, this only exists in Burning Crusade and stuff. But we need to be able to get all this data. But in trying to build up all this data, we also need to keep in mind the newer water data. Let's see. Which is right here, the H2O chunk, which actually is the newer format that's actually still used today. So, as we're building the internal data, we need to be able to support this. They got stuff like, oh, well, is it fishable? Is it deep? All sorts of stuff like that. So, we're going to work on that today. And let me turn on some music. So this asset saving is just taking forever. I don't know why. Maybe because we're moving all the stuff. Maybe. It's basically doubling up on a little bit of data, but not much. That's really loud. There we go. In switching it over so that the ADT asset actually takes over is, I had these functions where I would get the data. Well, now I'm actually storing the data directly, and over in map tile, I took out the data that we were working with. I think I probably should not show the map tile since that doesn't have any public datas anymore. I could probably also put it in private, but and I just started the map chunks, so. Yeah, right now, literally all it does is it records the X and Y's. But eventually it will go through and we'll be able to store all of the chunk data in this little setup. So that will be helpful. And maybe, I don't know, map chunk? Asset map chunk? Or should I say map cell? No, chunk. Because the cells are, underneath that. Anyways, before we get to this... Ah, good, that finally finished. Now, I can drag in this one. Which I will name... TBC. Now, theoretically, this should work just with this one and the previous one. So, Wrath of the Lich King and Burning Crusade. But using this, I can check to see if my water code is functional in older versions of the map data. So I can re-import the Burning Crusade as we work on the MCLQ chunk, and as we work on the H2O chunk, I can reload Wrath of the Lich King on the same tile. If need be, I can even duplicate this tile out. In fact, one of the things I'm thinking I do is actually delete a lot of the other ADT files. Or actors, I should say. Make it just this one and maybe 2 or 3 of the surrounding ones. Ooh, Wave the Monk. But we gotta wait for these things to save. So, things we need to look at. We do not need to record if it's, deep water or fishable. Actually, deep water might be useful because, they have a opacity fall off. But I don't know if that's like, whole chunks or if that's like per vertice. It should be per vertice. I need to actually open up another copy of this page. And I'll come down here to MQ. That way I can actually look at these two side by side. Okay, so what I am looking at is quite a bit of information over here on, you know, ocean and magma. Okay, I guess that makes sense. There we go. Alright, so we have this loaded and saved. Let's swap this over to the Burning Crusade. And I do actually have a vanilla one I can dump in here just for funsies. Alright. Alright, so let's jump in here and let's take a look at this. Looks like I already have a lot of this data figured out. So that and that. Int 16. Wait, what? No, I didn't want to... Alright, this is going to be... What was it? Common classes. Because I suspect that's going to include everything I need. Yeah. So, queue list, let's just straight up change that to T array. Because that's pretty synonymous. Oh, it's just those two! Okay! I mean, this isn't a whole lot, but... Okay, we don't need that. So I was only reading it like that, huh? Okay, so here's what I don't understand. We have a water vert and a magma vert. Both have height. Ocean vert is listed as not having height, but it's supposed to be a union of all three of these. I'm not entirely certain how that works. I'm not certain how any of this works, actually, when I look at it. Alright. M header. No. Modif. This is going to be my my template. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm going to need that. Okay, so we have the liquid vertex. We have the struct, which I don't think I'm going to need because we're actually going to want to translate this to a different format. So we have height values, we have flags. Really only need the height values though, I think, but there are flags that we do need to know. Interesting that it's checking here. Oh. Okay. I get it now. The problem is there are MQLs that are empty and they don't even have a size. If I understand correctly. Why is it string comparing with that? That doesn't seem right. But you know what the nice part is? I can actually open this up in an editor. So let's look for QLCM. All right. No, it's just looking for a size of 0. That's interesting, and yet it's got more data. All right. That one's also 0, 0, 0. I mean, most of these are going to be 0. Okay, yeah, here, look. This one is actually looking for MSC, so... Alright. So, one of the things we're going to have to do is come back out here to map chunk. And we'll do a copy and pasty. MCQ. Liquid. Yeah. Old liquid chunk. So we'll set that up just so we can know. MCLQ. Which means I actually have to come back up here. We'll include that. And no, I'm not going to put that into a U property. That shouldn't be null, that should be null pointer. On both those. Because I think we're basically going to revert this. So it's not trying to save this data directly, but instead we're going to read this data out. So now it should get the M clunk. All right, chunk size. Yeah, I should add just like if chunk size equals 0. Continue. I believe that's it. All right, so we're going to minimize that. We're going to come over here, grab read data, dump that in here. And actually, we're going to turn this all off. Just so it, actually does something. Alright, so log chunk data, log text, reading MC liquid chunk data. I don't think I need that part. Just that. All right. All good. There we go. Yeah, let's do the save. Let's do this cleanup. Since we're doing tests, it won't be that terrible to just rework this as needed. Look at that. Look at all of that. Okay, so I can't just automatically select it. Gotcha. Alright, 30, so I want to keep the 30s. We're going to keep at least 1 all the way around it. So 31 is our target, so 30, 31, and 32. Everything else can be deleted. Alright, and then we're looking at 49. So we're going to take up to 50. And then 48. So now we can delete back to 50. So just check that. Yeah, that all looks right. Okay, 47. Down to 50. 49, 48, and 47 up. So that basically gives us just a small little square. And while it may not look like a whole lot, this is actually, a fair amount of real estate. So let's do a save just so I don't have to deal with this again. And while that's... Oh, okay, it's done. Oh, we had some ones that were unloaded? What? Unload all. Load selected. Well, got a couple of those apparently. 48. Ah. You. And you. And yes, especially you. 32? We don't need ADT 32, 32. 50, 49, 48. 50, 49, 48. 50, 49, 38. Perfect. Save that. We'll come here. Oh, look. Yeah. Vanilla data. Well, actually, Burning Crusade data. Yeah. If I set this to vanilla, and then come in here, remove those, place. Okay. Yeah, that's all good. So I think the rest of the data we're actually going to take from Wrath of the Lich King. Just gotta get back there. Oh, okay then. Okay, so we want 30, 48 through 50. Four megs worth of files, and it's going to get a lot bigger than that, I think. Oh, it's still saying that. Okay. Well, in that case, let's come back here and see what we have to do. I suppose the first thing we could do is determine if data num, I guess, equals 0, return. No point in doing anything if there's no data. We could do, oh, we couldn't find the, empty one. Let's delete it. No, don't have to do that. All right, so now we need our height values and flags emptied. And all right, so now we're going to read the height values. Equals get value, a liquid vertex, data, set true. And we'll set, we'll just, use this. So that should, read up the values. And then we need to push it back into height values. Push A. And then we basically do the same thing with the... Let's come down here. Reading liquid height values. We'll just copy and paste this right in. Liquid flag values. And literally the same thing, but a U end. Okay. And then flags. Push A. And according to that, that's everything. We don't have to do anything else. So now I can come up here and get rid of this. Granted, we may have to do a little bit more fiddling to get it to work the way we want it to, but this should at least, get us a good start. That's done, finally. Alright, save. And that's all going to be Wrath of the Lich King, so... Why is saving this data asset, take so much longer compared to just, the size of the asset? Maybe it's compression. I don't know. Alright, there we go. So, 48. 49. 50. Well, see, that's the other thing. It could be, a variety of different things. But mostly it looks like it's these doodad instances. 3050's got 124. But, 3049 has 1,292. $1,491. Alright, there we go. Let's save all. And then we can start generating the landscapes. Which actually, you can do with a, you can do pretty easily. I might have to go get more water. I say water and it's all bright colors. Alright, create landscape. There we go. So that's you know, the first part of Goldshire. Oh, and it includes all of Northshire. You don't get some of the mountains up there, but holy crap, that looks beautiful. So yeah, right there. Oh, not right there. Okay, that'd be where the river is. There's going to be a lake up here. Or at least a river. And up there. Who knows what's over here. But you can just see how, you know, what this looks like in comparison to, you know, the real stuff, I guess you could say. And the shadows just alone. And, you know, there's Stormwind, Northshire. Now, you can get a really good view from right here of all of, you know, at least, you know, the important parts. And down over here, we got the cave. So over here would be one of the farms. And over here is one of the other farms. Yeah, right here is the farms. Just look for the flat square areas. Alright, let's kind of collapse things up a bit. And let's look at modifying that sunlight just a little bit. Get a little bit more daylight. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Of course, we could also do early morning. Yeah, let's do kind of noonish. Yeah, a little bit into the afternoon. Yeah, that'll work. Although it just doesn't look as good as, you know, when you have it at like sunset or sunrise. You know, I think we're going to do that. We're going to have sunrise for a bit. Alright. So, you can now clearly see, you know, how the place is laid out. You can see the river going through here. So we're definitely going to get some good water information out of this. So the question is, now we have to actually build this up. Wait, what? Okay, that closed off. That's closed off. Yes. Yes. What is going on here? I'm just going to assume that that's, you know, something they need to work on and nothing I need to worry about. Alright. Once this saves, we can actually compile this and hopefully M liquids will come out. Blah, 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 blah. I guess in the meantime, we can actually work on getting the next chunk we got to work on, which is the instead of the sea liquid chunk, we got to work on the H2O chunk. So there's that. Let me open up. waiting on things to move along. Alright, there's the H2O chunk. Copy. Alright. Let's generate the files. I think it'd be fantastic if we got them both working at the same time, because, you know, basically all we're doing is converting over some earlier data. Alright, so the H2O chunk looks like I've never worked on it. Is that true? 16 bytes. Yep, so this is all I've ever done with it. So I've only got this chunk done. Oh boy. Alright, so oh, okay. So struck flags, huh? Struck flag type, flag data. All right, so I guess this is odd. So the chunks can modify an M liquid or an H2O chunk. That's fascinating. The optimal way of parsing this chunk is to sequentially validate what liquid flags are set to, if any, and read accordingly. Oh, okay. I see what they're saying. So we don't need that at all. But we also need that. That's the normal. I need the C header. That's mcal. MP header? No. Just M header. It's more than likely what it is. No? Okay, so just straight up M chunk. Here we are. Offset of liquid, size of liquid. Okay, so yeah, each one will determine... So you can only have a river, an ocean, magma, or slime in a single cell. You can't mix the two. That's kind of sad, actually. And we're still saving data. So... According to them, optimal way of parsing this chunk is to sequentially validate what the flags are set to. And then reading the appropriate chunk. So if this is set to ocean, we'll get the ocean vert. Magma is the magma vert. Water is the probably river vert. Probably slime too. Flow 0%, flow 1%, I'm assuming. Then there's a filler. And then another height. I don't know why there's a second height. Tell me your secrets. Oh, no, that was the wrong file. Well, rather, the wrong editor. No, I don't want to open it up. Close that. Interesting that the size is 0, but then they go on to specify data. Okay. Oh, okay, I see now. So, from here, we're looking at a float, 48, and 48. Okay, looks like it's the same data, yeah. So, this has 3D, but it's, why is this chunk size 0 on this? Maybe that's why we were doing the other thing. Okay, so it's always going to be outputting 0. That's the problem. Yeah. See, the chunk size looks like it's always 0. How did I solve that? Okay. Ah! Okay. Okay, so it looks like we're playing kind of both sides here. We come here, and liquid sized. So, what's actually going on in here? If header size liquid is greater than 8, because apparently, you know, it's always going to be 8. If it's greater than 8, that's when this data happens. And that's why we don't do that. So yeah, the header actually has the size of the liquid. I think that's hilarious. Now, the actual size is 804. So, chunk size equals 804. Alright. That should do. That should do it. Problem is, we don't really have much way of doing anything with this right now. I suppose what I could do is... yeah, we might do that. This is taking a very long time to save. You know, I could be doing... I have primary offset. We could be doing, you know, offsets of... Because a lot of this data is in the header. But I'm not sure I want to trust the header. Alright, I'm starting to think that this thing, you know, is frozen on us. Alright. Well, I'm still seeing CPU usage. Memory isn't being modified, but network is, and that's basically, connecting to the hard drives. The fact that it's still fluctuating tells me it's still actually doing something. We're getting to the limits of what we can do here. Alright. ADT actor. Or assets. Generate mesh data. Water mesh data. I suppose I could do this as water mesh. That's going to generate the mesh data anyways. Alright, so get mesh data, get water mesh data. And we'll literally just copy and paste this. Unable to generate water mesh data. And we're just going to generate the water mesh data along with the mesh data. Actually, maybe we should do that as a separate thing. Yeah, let's do that as a separate thing just to be safe. Generate water mesh data, which means we come back in here and we're going to want to remove that. Generate water mesh data. Create implementation. Now, pretty much we're just going to copy and paste this, but there's a lot of details and nuances we have to figure out first. First of all, we don't need that one. Just copy that, paste it, close up, just so we don't have any problems. We'll paste that even though it's, the wrong code. We don't ever need to worry about that. Okay, so this is super simple. We got our mesh data triangles, and we're going to need our mesh data points. So we have our block points list here. Now it talks about height. So I'm guessing char tiles 8 by 8. There's 9 by 9 verts. So in a cell there are 9 by 9 sections that can have water. They're either going to be there or they're not going to be there. And I'm guessing that they deal with, height. Oh, they have flags here that say don't render. Okay. Well, we still know the verts. So, the M liquid chunk. So, chunk MCQ liquid. If liquid chunk. Oh, this is actually where we're going to have some fun, aren't we? Oh, damn, we all in trouble. Alright, we actually need to build our water setup. So I actually do have setups here, but we need to come up with a water height list. And how does this compare to this? The header, the block data, the liquid instances, and the reference data from both. Reading it all at once, and then yeah. Okay, foreign key, liquid type. Alright. Liquid vertex format, as used in instance vertex data. What does that mean? Alright. Instance vertex data. Where are we? Oh, way down there. Okay, regardless of liquid vertex format, the arrays always have width plus 1 times height plus 1 entries. Okay. For layout, see liquid format cases below. No height map means that min-max height level is used for all points. Case 2 is always 0, 0, not height level. Depth map values are mapped to 0, 1 for shaders. Okay. So I'm starting an X and a Y. Case 0, height and depth data. This is the go-to layout for Warlords of Draenor data. So they have a float of the height map, followed by a car of depth map. Case 1, height and texture coordinate. They have another float height map. And then a UV map. That's interesting. Case 2, depth only. This liquid's height is always 0, regardless of the liquid type or height level. Case 3, height, depth, and texture coordinates. full height map that covers the whole chunk would be created from 9x9 float values, effectively creating an 8x8 quadratic piece. But since Wrath of the Lich King and the introduction of the H2O chunk, there is no need to define the full height map if only part of a chunk is actually covered in water, such as the thin river. Instead, H2O information, XY, width, and height define the size and location of a liquid rectangle, which can be smaller than a full chunk. For example, let's say there's a river crossing a chunk. Okay. These two water systems are completely different. There's not going to be an easy way for me to kind of design something that would work. I think we're just going to have to do an if-then-else setup. So, if an liquid chunk, well, I still have to figure out how we're building this one way or the other. I know I actually got this working. Yeah. What did I do? I'm hesitant. Build map. Build layer masks. Okay, so I'm guessing putting it in here. Names. Where's the build model data? There we go. Building polygons, building materials. So, what did I do? Alright. Point generation. That's alright, that's that. So I never actually did anything with this. So, okay. That makes this a little bit more adventurous than I thought we would be. All right. I have to build a system that will work for both. And that can effectively happen at runtime. Oh, fucking finally! That just took freaking forever. All right, let's close that down. Save and build. Oh wait, this is gonna fail. Just do that for right now. Let's see if we can even read the data. Did I actually get this to work? I thought I recalled making it work at some point. Liquid, man. Wait, I could export the liquid mesh. Oh no, that's where what? That's where the code is. I know where it is. Okay, we got the WoW formats, and now we're the exporters. I know I said it. Oh wait, was that? I think exporting the water was just something I did with WMOs. I hadn't gotten to ADTs yet. Oh well. Yeah, we will have actually some water right over here. So. Oh, is this gonna? Yeah, that crashed. All right. So, in looking like at this, it looks like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So it looks like that they are taking the same concept of water, 9 points across, 8 chunks wide. So in the original version, in the MQ chunk, what they did was they took it and they did an 8x8 square. In the H2O version, what they did was they took that 8x8 square and then they identified, hey, we just need these ones, these handful of sections. So we're going to mark these as actually active, and the rest of them can, you know, not render at all. They won't show up. So that's how they did it. It's the same data. It's just they got it finer grained. So with that, we can actually start building up a system of our own. Let's start. Well, first of all, we're not going to need the cells per chunk. Well, actually, wait. We are. Yeah. One way or the other, we're going to need them. So... there's a lot of edge cases here with the H2O, so we're going to focus on M liquid, or the chunk liquid first. So, if that, which we should have, well, there should be 9 verts and 8 tiles. Eight across, 8 down, so actually a lot more than 8. I feel like I'm not reading the liquid chunk right. Oh no, 9 by 9. Reading the liquid, which is 2 unknowns and a height map. Now the 2 unknowns actually get used up with various, you know, variations. This, you know, build specific, however, is specific to the magma vert, but we can actually mask down to get the other datas for like the water and the ocean. But I'm not going to worry about that. Not yet, at least. So... for I equals 0, and now I is less than 9 times 9, I increases. Well, for the most part, this should work. We actually don't need... chunk liquid. float point height equals mchunk height values I height. I don't know where offset's coming from right now. I suppose that's probably necessary as well. All right. I times unit size, maybe? Unit size is chunk size divided by 8. Is there a 9? Equal, yeah. Times, let's just go float chunk split, I guess is the best thing to call it, equals chunk size divided by 9.0. Water mesh data. There we go. Let's make sure this is all getting set correctly. Last thing we need is more problems. More problems. Okay. Let's copy. Actually, let's copy that. And this will be 8 times 8 equals I will go plus 0 plus 1 and plus 2, because usually things are backwards like this. Alright, I have no idea if this is going to work. Let's find out. Generate wash. So now we have the get water mesh data. Let's go back here to the actor. Generate height as procedural mesh. Water mesh data. And let's set that as well. Clear section 0. And procedural mesh clear section 1, linear color. Create section mesh, and we'll set that to 1. And we want water mesh data for this. So we're actually going to have this as a whole separate section, so that, you know, we can apply different materials and other things. So yeah, it's closed down good. Map chunk does not have overload operator. What? Oh. Ah. Better? Ah, match. Ooh. Starting to get cold here, which is nice. Like, you know, it's better than yesterday. Yesterday it was just like, sweltering, I'm getting hot flashes, and I'm a guy. That's what happens when you have, you know, a beast of a PC running next to another kind of older beast of a PC, and you don't have AC, and apparently the fan doesn't work as well as you like. All right. Re-import. Yep, definitely found water. Great landscape. Oh, all sorts of errors. I don't even know if water got generated. All right. Generate height as procedural mesh. 111, huh? Ah. Dun 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 dun. Okay, mesh data. Vertices, UVs, normals, triangles. Vertices and triangles. Really all you need. I suppose I could just do this. Copy. Paste. What's multiplier? Oh. Right there. Okay. Hmm. Come on. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. There we go. Okay, so it had the issue create mesh section linear color section index key array create collision true. It's actually going to be false. Now we don't have vertex colors or UV or normals. We have UVs now. So I suppose what I could do is I don't know. This is probably going to have the same error, but we'll find out. Okay, so building a structure for this, it's not that hard. I mean, they both use the 9x9 and the 8x8s. It's just we need to be able to identify which 8x8s are active. Well, that could just be a variable. That's actually not hard at all. Re-import. Alright. Create landscape. Oh. So... Alright, so I didn't mess it up too badly. But I did actually notice there was a significant, change. I mean, okay, it looks like the UVs got messed up. I mean, from a distance, you don't see it, but when you get close, suddenly the whole thing looks muddied in comparison to this, which has the actual textures applied. So does that mean I messed something up, or... So if I re-import from Wrath of the Lich King, change this, and then create, Oh, interesting. Okay, that makes me wonder about the Burning Crusade now. Detected 2,000. Oh, degenerate triangles with non-unique vertex indices for created mesh section. That's probably where the water is going. It's probably also where the textures are going. So yeah, the more likely the solution, or the problem rather, is the M liquid, because it exists in the other two of them, but not the third. Okay, here's a question. If I disable creating the landscape, can I just create the water? Or did I just completely screw up the water? Okay, so chunk size divided by 9. I put that because that'd be 0 plus block offset. So that would be the... Where's block offset? Block offset's up here. Block times chunk size. Then we have point height. Okay, so... Oh. Right there, that's probably the problem. Plus 8 times 8. Save. Because that's just going to take too long. Okay, I pressed the wrong button. Oh well. I had 2 chances to get it right, so. Alright, you're currently set to vanilla. Alright. Generate landscape. Nope. What if I say that is 0? Stop. Yeah, stop debugging. So my question is, why isn't this building? Near as I can tell, it should be working correctly. Okay, it's definitely finding it. I should put, functions in there. Alright, so it wasn't just, one of those, oh, it's in the wrong channel. No. There's actually something fundamentally wrong with it. So, I can put that there, revert that. So that's working just fine. That's still going to clear it just to be safe. So it's reading the data, but it's like it's not converting the data. All right, let's try something fairly simple. Get rid of all this stuff, and we'll just say 1,000. Or we could just say block size. Let's make this big, and we're going to say 9 points, just to make it simple for us. And I want to make it so there's no UVs. Okay, and then we'll come down here and wait. I is less than 8. I feel like that's wrong. 9 by 9. That's, the 17. Okay, yeah. So these have to be indices. So you have to, there's only 9 points. 8, actually. Yeah, that's setting up 9 points. So there's only going to be 9 points. So... point counter plus 6. Wait, did I set this up right? I feel like this is wrong, but... Alright, here it's doing 9 points, and we're processing 6. Or we're making... 1 triangle, 2 triangles. We're making 2 triangles out of what's going to be 6 points. No, let's do this. Let's do this right. Four. And this is going to be 8. Times 8. This will be 9 times 9. We'll work on getting more detailed data in here later. Let's just see if we can get anything in here. Alright, build offset. See, we're not using that at all. The block offset. Yep. So yeah, we're going to set up 81 points. That seems... Hello, how you doing? So we're going to set up 81 points. And in there, we got to make polygons. So I hope this works. I have no idea if this will work. 8 times 8, that's 36, I believe? No. $64. Times 3, or times 6. All right. Let's just see how crappy I can program this. I'm trying to remember adapt how I used to do this, how I'm doing it now. But it's not easy. Alrighty. So we will re-import so we can get all the proper data. And I gotta fix that sometime soon. But, alright, create landscape. Warning: degenerate triangles. Damn degenerates. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. If we get closer. Nope. Nothing. Okay. So all we have are degenerate triangles. Alright, let's make this simple on ourselves then. 3. There's 3 freaking triangles. Actually, no. Frankly, it'd be easier for me to do this. Equals 0. And then 0. And I don't need the materials, so... Alright, 0.5. So that needs to be 0. This one's also going to be 0. But the Y needs to be 0.5. No, wait, this needs to be 1. Or no. That needs to be 0.5. That needs to be 1. There we go. So this will be the, so we have the top point, we have the bottom middle point, and then we'll have the top left point. And now we just need one of these. Points times 3. Alright, this will give us a basic triangle. Let us know if this works at all. Which is, and it's really kind of upsetting me that, you know, this is, you know, not working. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, this same code up here seemed to be working. At least the points. Maybe I just got the triangles wrong? Ah. Well, let's just see if I can make a triangle. Should be a pretty big triangle. We're probably going to have like 64 of them. Oh, I should have made it increasingly higher up. Alright. Select, re-import, create landscape. not seeing any triangles. Oh, there they are. Yep, built them backwards. Well, that's an easy fix, but, you know, that wasn't the point. The good news is, it means that we're actually outputting, It's interesting, it's so small offsets. Could have sworn it was going to be a little chunkier. I mean, that should have been 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 all the way across, but I guess not. ADT block size, block offset. Have I just been making these too small? Chunk size. Yeah, they're offsetting by chunks. We're multiplying that by the block size? No, that should be chunk size. Of course, that's going to make it even smaller, but these are, you know, minuscule values. So let's pump them up. 500, 1,000, and 1,000. And we're still getting the block offsets, which honestly should be bigger. Why aren't they bigger? Well, they're chunk size, and that's correct. But even so, you know... Yeah, the block offset should be setting these off significantly. So the good news is that this seems to be somewhat functional. I want to copy to another. No, alright. Okay. Oh! ADT unit size. That could be it. No. No, no, no. Alright, so this will be right after, if the chunk is a null point. Where's the vector offset? There it is. So that will replace the vector offset. Where's data coming from? Ah, okay. Well, let's just go up to replacing map chunk. So I have a feeling that none of that's going to matter. Nothing really matters. What's this point list. I'm adding stuff to a point list, and I'm not certain why. Ah, okay. What's that used for, though? I'm not certain what that's used for, too. Maybe, extra stuff that's just been forgotten. Alright, so while this is going off and going on its sizing quests, first thing we have to do is segregate this into the liquid chunk. Then we can figure out sizing. For are we in any? Okay, we are. Well, I can do eyes though. I is less than 9. Dun, 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 dun. We'll go J here. So, figuring out these points. It's a bitch. So we know that that's pretty much it. But it's per chunk. So I guess that actually does work. Alright, so vert is going to be J, and that's going to be I. Point height equals 0. Point height is actually going to be replaced with data, but for right now, let's just start with 0 and see where we go. And it does some cleanup there. Alright, let's just see how this works. So, close you down, build. I think that actually needs to be Z. Alright. We import vanilla. Successful. Create landscape. Well, they created one big one. may have created 5. Yeah, zoom this in a bit more. There you go. Interesting, that's kind of offset a bit. I mean, it should be perfectly at 0, but... Oh, no, that's the offset of the ADT file. Okay, I get it now. So, that's looking like it's way too big. You know, I'm only making 1 polygon, but it is going per 1. Okay, 0 times size, yeah. I don't think I need the 0.5 anymore. Although it's interesting it's doing that with just 0.5. Is it going to be fatter? Let's find out! But definitely need to, you know, redo this. So... Eight times 8. Oh, you know what? Let's delete that. Because I just want to test this new stuff. Okay, basically that. So this would be X. That would be Y. All right, 3 of these per polygon. So that plus that. One, 2, 3. And then 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3. So we want 3, 4, 1. 3, 4, 1. Point counter plus 145, huh? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, let's see. 9 times 9. Right? Actually, 8 times 8. And 64 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nope. So, oh, 145 is the number up here. Roughly. So what I'd want to do down here is point counter times 81, or plus 81. I think. Wait. 9 times 9. 8 times 8 plus... Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's the total number of points you go through earlier. So 81 would be accurate. Alright, let's build. Boom, boom. Alright, hopefully this works. Alright. Import. Create. We're still getting degenerates, but they're not nearly what they were. Okay. The good news is it actually is outputting. The bad news is our data's wrong. I probably did the thing wrong. So our first point is at 0, 0, 0. That doesn't seem right. Alright, point height plus offset y. Okay, we got the offset y in there. I suppose now would be not a bad time to add in the height data. values. I times 9 plus j height. Okay, so we got unit size, but we need to scale that up. So we'll try, chunk size. Well, maybe it should be block size. No, let's try chunk size. I mean, this is... Yeah, what we're getting there was, oh jeez, what's going on now? Yeah, this is definitely the wrong scale. This is, what, individual points are, and what we want is something that, scales up to the whole gosh darn landscape. So we'll place that to chunk size, and if that still doesn't work, we'll fix it again. So definitely I have these ordered wrong. So we'll do 2, 3, 4. Maybe that will be correct. I doubt it. Or maybe, oh yeah, these are probably wrong too. 9. Yeah, 9 times y minus 1 plus x minus 1. I don't think these are correct, but we'll just keep going till we find the correct solution. I really think this is 2, 3, 1. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to this because that feels right. I'm more than willing to accept that these values are all wrong. Okay, so how would we measure out what these are? Well, what I like doing when I'm doing shit like this is I pull up a spreadsheet and type in the formulas until I get that right. We know there are 81 points. At any point with an x and y of 0 to 8, we need to be able to get to one of those points. And just looking at it right now, I'm willing to bet that that's not happening. Alright, they're still not showing up. But they are getting a little bit bigger. That does seem a little bit better. Though I'm sure if we go to wireframe, yeah, it's complete mech and chaos. But I am seeing there are points in various spots, which tells me, oh yeah, look at that, that's going down that way. This tells me that it's very much our index math. So let's take a moment to sit down and figure this out. Okay, so X and Y. So we'll start this simply. Let's just say 0, or no, let's do 1 and 1. Or 1 and 0. Okay, so index 1, index 2, index 3, index 4. Alright, so index 1, let's assume that's always the top left. We'll just go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4 is how I'm going to, at least for right now, assume how the polygons are counted. I mean, it could be 1, 2, 3, 4, which actually wouldn't be that hard of a fix. But, you know, I could just go, I can go 4, 3, 1, and that would fix them. But I feel like that the interim math is bad. So our index needs to be equals to 9 times that plus that. So now if we go up to 1, it says 10. Yeah. Alright. I should probably, Alright. Copy. Paste. Now the easiest way to do this would just be yeah, just that. So if we come up to our final 8 and 8, and that's where we start getting the problem. Because we're not going to have an 82 or an 83. Times minus 1 that's still wrong. So very, very wrong. Alright, so the math that we have here, fairly simple. Copy, let's just equal to that with x equaling that. Y is equal to that. And that still does not look right. X equals that, and Y equals that. All right. So as we can see, this does not work. Now, what we had originally was 17, and you can see that's pretty big up, but no, 9 is our across, rather than the 17. Now, if we actually come up here, yeah, you can see the horizon had actually 17, and then toggle between 8 and 9. And that's why this is 17. Oh, they also have some negatives here for number 5. I just feel like, I don't know, there's just something not right. It's like, does these have to be 9 for the numbers to work out? And it's going through 1 through 8. Why is it going from 1 through 8? Ah, for the inner. For the inner? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that'd be 8 across. So, is our problem is that these need to be 9 and 1s? So if I set these to 0, oh, but if I set them to 1, okay, number 3 is way the hell off. And 8 isn't that much better. So yeah, I think the math just has to be completely brand new, not looking at anything else. So, we know we're in a 9x9 section. Wait, did I? Yeah, we're in 9x9. Here it's doing 8x8, but yeah, we're in an 8x8. I'm going to set this back to 0 because that's just going to make my math easier. Alright, so index 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. Okay, 1, 4, 5. So this actually does 1, 4, 5, 4, 3, 5. Okay, yeah. So it is, you know, okay, yeah. So 1, 2, 3. That will generate 1, 2, 3. So, you know, right there. And then 3, 4, 1 generates another one. So that's actually correct. So we got our indexes correct in the triangle add function. That's the good news. Downside is now we need to actually figure out what our actual numbers are. So let's set these back up to 1. Because we know we're going to go from 0 to 8. And that's why these have to be 9. So actually, let's set this. Okay, so we'll set this to 1 equals 9 times y plus x. And then obviously all of them with plus point counter. Alright. So I'll take us up to 8. So 8 and then 9. So this is going to do the same thing. We add 1. I mean, really, it should be just this simple. It's not, but it should be. The problem is these last two. There's only 81 points. So, how do we change this so we still get the same values except to right here? Of course. I get it now. Okay. Set these as 0, and I get garbage. Which is why you gotta set them to 1. So it actually is basically this data. That, open that, and move it off to the side. Alright. So, yeah, I got the math here set up wrong. Alright, so, Let me renumber these. This is going to be 2. That's 1. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, that's 1. That's 2. That's 3. And that's 4. Although they have it at plus. I have mine at plus rather than minus. Does that seem right? No, it doesn't. Yeah, that looks better. So that would be so basically 3 and 4. Alright, let's see how this works, I guess. You didn't change anything. I changed this. And frankly, that could make all the difference. And overall, going negative is safer than going positive. At least in programming. In real life, you want to be positive and then go negative if it warrants it. Night Song falls. I don't remember leaving it like this, but okay. Alright. Re-import. Create. Yeah. Looks like we have a scaling issue, but how does this look? Better? Question mark? Looks like that's still out of order. Yeah, it's still out of order. But now it doesn't look as crazy. So, one, two. None of them are connecting to the upper right. Oh, the R, but it's upside down. Okay, I see. No. Come on, there we go. Does that mean we have to go 3, 2? But it also means that our spacing is not working. Still too big or too small. Let's try going block size. It'd be nice to get this functional and then somehow rework it to work with the next version. But just having this functional is a great first step. Then we can just add an option to turn certain blocks on and off. We'll also have to add functionality that handles if the data is what map tile color it should look like and textures it should be given. But we're going to deal with that once we get to textures, I think. Alrighty. Here's a hoping. Re-import. Create. Well, the good news is I can see it from here. The other good news is that it looks like it's properly sectioned, properly cordoned. Check the wireframe. Yeah, looks all great. So, why isn't it in the right location? Why isn't it spreading out evenly over... Oh, wow, what's going on there? I don't know. Why isn't it in its proper X and Y locations? So I do not need that anymore. Nope. So we do have block offset. Takes an integer, takes the chunk size. Should I be doing block size instead? And then turn this into chunk size? Are those two... you know what? What? Come on, respond. Whoa! Tons of crashing. Some sort of Unreal math issue. An audio driver, more math. I think my display driver just crashed on me. Alright, so we're going to try moving this per block. Water levels for this map chunk. No, presuming this... Okay. Alright, there's definitely stuff in here we're going to have to look at a bit more, but I just want to get it in the right position right now. Now, it could be because a lot of that was all dynamically created that it was causing problems. And none of that was a baked mesh. It's all, you know, dynamically generated. You're definitely going to want to bake it, but you can at least, you know, see what it looks like before you bake it. Alright. Ooh, sound emitters. I do actually want to get sound emitters in here because, you know, since we're basically trying to, you know, import the game, might as well, you know, into a game engine no less, might as well try that. Alright, create landscape. Well, that's better. That's still not right. What the hell's going on here? Delete that. That way I can come here and focus on that. And it had a crash. Alright. So. The block offset's getting better, but it's not great. Okay, cells per chunk. Block offsets, chunk size. And then we're modifying it by unit size plus the block offset. You know, I think we're forgetting to do that point. Oh boy. That would make a significant difference. Alright. Let's come back here. Chunk sizes. And we'll leave these as block sizes. But yeah, yards to centimeters, that's definitely going to make a big difference. So basically, I was using the original WoW coordinates, and I had forgotten to convert it over to Unreal Engine coordinates. Uh-oh. But we got the squares dealt with. Alright. So hopefully this will work correctly. Not crash on us again. Save. I don't need that data. Alright, re-import. Create landscape. Whoa! Okay. Okay, there we go. Now it's too big. Yeah, no wonder block size. Alright. We could try unit size. I think it should be chunk size, though. Because I think that these 8 are supposed to completely, encompass a chunk. Oh wait, wouldn't that make it unit size then? Because each point here needs to be along an 1/8 of a chunk, or is it a 1/9 of a chunk? I think it's 1/8. And that would be unit size. Well, this will likely, this will tell us one way or the other. But just to be ready. Come on, load up. Are you loading up? Yes, you are. Alright. It'll be nice when I can just press a button and have this import. But there's a lot of work to do before then. Alright, re-import. And create. Alright. Yep, still too big. Also not seeing any height differences. That's good. Water should usually be flat. Alright. So, we're going to go with the unit size. Back to the beginning. It was so small I couldn't see it. Yards to meters. Or centimeters. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, there it is. Alright, and boop, 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 boop. I think after this I need to get textures installed. There's still the H2O, but I think that might come after. Oh, oh, oh. Alright, so we are actually getting height. Something's wrong here. Is it this offset thing? Let's try offset equals 0. Good news is the size looks right. Now we just have to get it down. There we go. So the ADT, so the landscape needs the offset, but the liquids don't. That's fascinating. Wonder why they did it that way. Probably because it was, you know, 3 different programmers working on the same 2 systems. And they didn't talk to each other. I mean, it's probably why all the, you know, coordinate systems all are different too. I mean, I understand a different coordinate system for the animated models because, you know, they're animated and they've got certain requirements in there, but with everything else, alrighty, nice and smooth, not offset in many ways. And why? What is this? Okay. So that's just... I feel like something's wrong. Like we're just off by 1 on something. And this tells me that it could be either first or last. I don't know which. This tells me it's... let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Interesting. Alright, still getting some sort of problem here. Could it be that this is wrong? Or is it an issue down here? I don't think that would be it. So, what is it that... Okay, 1... Well, if it's like this. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, 1. Alright, so that means that somewhere in here we have a numbering system that offsets it by about... Looks like it's about every 5th or 6th one. This one's the 8th. Maybe it is 8th, but we're only seeing it down here because only some of them are being used. These ones, the height value is wrong. 0 if if height values num is greater than 0, point height equals num values 9 times I plus j dot height. Int index equals that if number is greater than index I have no idea if this is going to be a good idea or a bad idea. It's just an idea. Maybe it will fix the issue, maybe it won't. Maybe we'll end up with a completely different problem. Actually, is there a contains? Find by key. Finds an item by key. Index of by key. Yeah. That's good enough. I mean, it is a possibility that we are, still building things wrong, but I find that unlikely that it's working on so many, but not on the last handful. I feel more like, we're getting incomplete data. All right, yeah, that didn't change anything. All right, so what could be the issue? I feel confident in saying it's not this anymore. I probably still need that, but let's hold off for now. You know what? Let's do some debugging here. So we log log ADT asset log twex index equals %I height %F index point height this is going to cause a lot of problems. But let's make this just a little bit easier. We don't need any of that right now. I mean, it's actually telling us that, you know, we're reading the data, so we're good with that. Yeah, when in doubt, you just start logging everything. At least this way we'll be able to know if it's our data or if it's our interpretation of the data. Could be both, actually. I mean, the MQ water thing, that doesn't look that bad. But, alright. World Maps, Azeroth, Vanilla, re-import, and create. Well, the good news is our indexes look right. Bad news is I am definitely seeing some bad height data. Most of them look fine, but every so often we get one that's pretty astronomically huge. Now I'm wondering... Oh, I didn't mean to close that. Now I'm wondering, they actually do have stuff in here about, you know, don't render. And then liquid type data. I'm wondering if some of that isn't in here. So, let's come back in here. So yeah, it's like the tile data. So, makes me wonder if it's actually in here. So are we, you know, liquid height, percent float. Percent S, percent I. Actually, let's do float I, then S. A height is a float. F string from int. A height. Which, you know, should be pretty bad, but and then F string from float. Actually, want to read the data. Well, I guess it's best just to have just the float. Let's not muddy the waters up by doing crazy shit. Okay, well I suppose what I could do, since we already have a don't render flag, since we're in here, M liquid chunk, flags, X, Y, -1. Int x equals y times 9, y minus 1 times 9, plus x minus 1. Int 8 flags equals flags. If flags and 0x0f or flag 08 continue. So this should stop adding triangles if we see that there's a flag saying, hey, don't do that. So hopefully that might fix, some of our problems. More than likely, those heights we're seeing are from, ones that basically have no data or, too much data. Although it'll be interesting to see how it compares when we read the raw data in comparison to when we build the data. It could indicate that they're somewhere, in between, reading the data and pulling it out here, there's an issue. There's a variation issue. Good news is indexes look fine. All right. Won't fix everything though, because was seeing some. Yeah, like this. That looks like it should be continuous water right here. So why is it doing that? Well, let's see if there's any significant difference. Alright. Re-import. Create. Crash. Okay, so I think continue is probably the wrong thing to do. Okay, so if not flag and not flag. No, that would do the same thing. And I forgot to look at the data that we were reading out. So. Now see, normally when I think about, exporting stuff out of, World of Warcraft to Unreal Engine or something like that, I don't think of things like the sound emitters, but they're right frickin' there! I'm like, sound emitters. Okay, what do you need? Oh, you got a foreign key into the Sound Entries Advanced Recording database. Obviously, that's newer information. The older version: sound point ID, sound ID name, position. They both have position. Float minimum distance, float maximum cutoff distance, start time, end time, mode. Group silence min, group silence max, play distance instances, loop count min, max. It's just, there's a lot of interesting information here. The problem is trying to figure out, which version it is, because I haven't quite gotten to the point where the plugin knows what version of the program you're using. It just sees what data is available. And it's trying to use what it can. Wow, it's getting late. All right. Alrighty. Re-import. Okay. That is good news. I am seeing the liquid height that we are reading in from the data, and that's where the problem is. That's where all this crazy data is coming from. It's actually an issue with reading it. That means I don't have to mess with all of this shit. Okay, we'll come in here and see what's going on. So we are reading datas. So let's go up to the very first instance of this. Okay. Found a liquid header chunk. It's reading a lot of heights that are at 761. Let's actually load this up in a in my editor. Alright, so liquid. I think it's the first one. Yeah, look at that. Alright, so we are reading, looks like two. 2 float. Wait, what? Okay, we should be reading 81 floats. Alright. Let's take a look and see if we can read 81 floats. That's 71. So that doesn't look right. Okay, so let me load this up. Okay, so the range of heights. That's the first thing we read. We got that, and we got that. Okay. Next up, we read 16 bytes. Now this one would likely be water depth, which is 22. Flow percentages. Okay, so basically it's 2 and then 2. And then the actual float. Alright. So basically 81 times 4. Which honestly I can't tell off my side of my head. But I think that's not right. So 81, oh yeah, times 2. There we go. So yeah, if we come up here and look at this, that's roughly our data for the first floats. Wait a second. Oh. So we have our first data there. And then our last one. That's about what we're seeing here, isn't it? Okay, so not getting a float there. So we have size, min, max, and then a union of data. Plus a float. Then now repeat that 9 by 9 times, which is 81. I'm not wrong about that. So times 8. That's 648 data bytes of data. So 648 bytes of data right there. But you notice these last, 3 entries look wrong. Why is that? I don't know. Maybe they're not rendered? Okay, so next up is 8 cars. Oh, no. 64 cars. So that. So 0F basically is saying, hey, don't render this. So out of this whole thing, only 2 would be rendered. And the 2 that are rendered look like they're rivers. All right. Oh, you know what? I think we need to offset this. I think we're just not reading enough data. I mean, that might be enough to, shake loose this whole setup, but I find that unlikely. But I'm not opposed to it, because I did honestly forget that. And it looks like there's actually supposed to be two things of data down below too. I don't know. Okay, that's the 84. So, and that's whatever remains. Sphere, direction, velocity, amplitude, frequency, and there's 2 of those. Always 2 there are. Independent on inflows. Okay. Yeah, it kind of looks like there's 2 of them. Oh. Yeah, I'd say 2. Maybe some padding. But the nice part is the way we do things, we can just ignore that data and it should work. So this might solve everything. Yeah, not reading the data right? Yeah, that will sometimes do it. Alright. Re-import. We're still getting some of those crazy numbers. Alright, let's regenerate. What am I causing? What's going on here? Index out of bounds? 64 from the size of... What? ADT asset. Line 331. we'll just forgo that then. Oh, yeah, that'd do it. Okay. So this is just straight up yeah, y times 9 plus x. Which even at 1 would be 9 and 11, 10. That instead of 9, let's multiply by 8. So y minus 1 is 0 times 0 plus x. So okay, now let's add 1. And if it hits 8, that's 7. Actually, you know what? I don't think I need that one. Or do I? Okay, so 8 plus. Let's do 8 and 8. That is 7 times 8. What? Yeah, this is where you want y and x to be minus, 9. But I feel like, the 8, it's never gonna hit that. Actually, no, that should work fine. I'm just thinking about it, and I'm like, is that gonna really work? And yes, it is. It's one of those cases of it doesn't look right, but it works perfectly. It's like the more I'm staring at it, the more I'm like, no, let's clean this up. Let's make this simple. And then the more I think about it, the more I'm like, wait, no, we're going from 1 to less than 9. We need to do negatives, but you don't need a negative on the x. Yes, you do need a negative on the x. You definitely need one on the y. But when y is 8, that means that's going to be 7. Yes, and then you add x up to 8. But what that will never reach the maximum number. Exactly. It's not supposed to. Because in a zero-based universe, with zero-based math... Whoa! Check that shit out. So, we got that to work. Just by reading all of the correct data. So, Now if we come in and say, you know, if flags and 0 by 0 F continue. They're also saying 0.8, but you know, I haven't seen any instances of that. But on the other hand, they've looked more than I have, so 0.8. So this should only avoid adding triangles, but still, you know, count everything else. Actually very happy that the water is looking correct. Let's see if we can get these unrendered, you know, triangles to not render. So, oh, I was trying to comment out the other one. Right? All right, and there, build. All right. Re-import, create, what the? Obviously, I did something wrong. Oh, was it and 8 or... Oh. Okay. So, not and. Equal. You know what? I'm only seeing 0F. I'm not going to take their word on the times 8. I can enable physics collision for my, yeah, okay. So, re-import, create. Look at that. That is fantastic. You know what? I'm actually going to save this. So, we actually got it to work the way we need it to. Now, the way that the other one does is that it's basically the same system, but it's basically saying, okay, across these we're going to draw, these points only. Yeah, that looks right. Nice little pond over here. Yeah. And there was a little something over here. Yep, just a little bit. Little bits of water. Alright, so how do I add a material to this? Because I want to add a water material. Place models, generate. All right. Well, let's just see what happens when I do this. Procedural mesh. Material. Cleanup, exec. Set. Yeah, get num. Set material. Set material by name. Nope, set material. Okay. So I need to know where a water material is. Set material. 1. U material interface material. Well, first of all, let's unmute that. And we'll come in here. Go to plugins. Content. Materials. Default water material. The scattering. That's pool. Pool number 2. Motherfucking caustics, yeah. You know what? I'm just going to copy this. For right now, at least. We'll use that as a reference. Let's close these, because I'm good without that for the moment. New material interface. And call it water material finder. And I need to jump into actor. Actor! View material interface. Water material equals null pointer. If water material finder succeeded, water material equals object. Now I should be able to come here and just boop, pop that in. If water material does not equal... Well, actually, no. We could just leave it as is, and the system should be smart enough to understand what to do with that. All right. So, if I did this correctly, when we reboot this, it should generate a water material. Alrighty. All right. Lit. Select. Preview. Re-import. Generate. Oh my fucking god, it worked! Oh wow, and look at that. Just with like a default water material. It looks so good. That looks like 5 times better than the WoW water. We're definitely gonna have to work on making it like double-sided, and then doing stuff like, you know, adding underwater. You know, you can actually see it's like they're trying to add some caustics under there, but when you get actually under there. But the fact that it worked, oh my fucking god! It just. All right, let's. This one won't work because it doesn't have a liquid in it. Yep. But that will be our next test. Or our next task, or at least my next task, is to build the next iteration. But the fact that the original one is working, so M liquids are functional. Little tiny one. Yep, just little tiny bits of liquid. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just a little giddy. I don't remember this little pond. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying I don't remember it. All right. Oh, that feels so good. All right. I want to. Asset actions. Migrate? Export. Duplicate. Guess is the closest. Well, relish the idea of building materials for everyone to use in my plugin, but I'm not opposed to it. Alright, so for this to work, I need that. Copy. Colors, more colors. A lot of work in here. Distorted water depth. Holy crap, that's... Oh, that's a function. Okay, that's just in the engine. LARP, wind gusts, wave 3D normals. Yep, that's all. Yeah, these ones actually use textures and shit. Ah. Alright, I'm definitely have to work on making my own water setup, but I love the look of this as a temporary. So I'll have like default materials that, you know, will be used probably throughout this whole exploration. The goal is not to make it look WoW-like. The goal is to make it, you know, use the WoW assets, but in a modern engine. I mean, there's definitely going to be times where it's, you know, more economical for us to basically make things from scratch. But for right now, I'll remove that. Yeah, for right now, I think we're just using the Datasmith one. Yeah. Oh, yeah, right now we're just using Datasmiths. So I'll build my own later. Alright, I gotta save this level again. Unfortunately, there's a bug where the level itself doesn't save unless you actually manually save it. So, all of this is like independent objects and data that gets saved independently of the map. At least that's how it's supposed to be. Okay, I feel confident in saying that is tonight's the end of tonight's stream. We got water. It actually fucking imports. I am so happy about that. Only Vanilla and Burning Crusade though. We're gonna have to work on getting the H2 system. I'm gonna have to look through that. But I really do want to work on doing things like building materials and actually getting textures in here would be fantastic, because we're going to need that as we move forward with the WMOs, which is something I really want to work on soon. Getting the water going. This was a nice little side trip. The big thing is going to be actually figuring out how to build the landscape materials, because based on what I know, they effectively make it one material, but at the same time, it's also one material per section. There are 256 sections per ADT file. That's 256 variations of a material. So, last thing I want to do is have to, create 256 materials per ADT file. If I could do it as one, that would be a huge, huge thing. Alright, that's going to be it for tonight. I will see you next time, which will be Wednesday, which will be, if you're watching this on YouTube, it's going to be up on YouTube Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. Pacific time. And at 8 p.m. Pacific time, 12 hours later, I'm going to stream. That's how it works. Videos go up at 8 a.m. I stream at 8 p.m. Only day that doesn't work is Sunday, because that's when I start streaming at 5. Alright, I'll talk to you guys all later. Good night, everybody. Where's the button? Oh, there's the button.